Check, check. Yeah. All right, what's up, guys? It's Gootex, and we are enjoying another Friday here in the Matrix. I hope you guys are doing all right out there, wherever you might be. Big crazy things happening today in the world of the interwebs, the live internet webs, as it were. I don't know if it's been making the rounds, because I just heard about it probably less than an hour ago. But yeah, one of the most popular Twitch streamers of all time signed the biggest stream deal of all time. And it wasn't with Twitch. It was Kick. So, yeah, I mean, not really like a huge effect on, probably most of us. But it's a pretty big deal, and it says a lot about, I guess it says a lot more about Twitch than anything else. But I guess for the foreseeable future, Kick is here to stay. I don't know if you guys saw any of that, or if you care or don't care. Either one is fine. I just one of us has got to pay attention to these types of things, Yeah, so basically Kick is I don't know how long they've been around. I was told about them a couple months ago, and I didn't really think too much about it. But I will be honest, there's definitely been a lot of chatter about it recently. Part of it is because of, let's say, the Twitch fall from grace, and part of it is, because there needs to be another, there needs to be, some competition around here. Because without competition, I mean, we don't really have capitalism, right? Without it, we just, without capitalism, we're just in commie land. But the point is that there needs to be competition in the space. Twitch has been, the dominant player for 10 years. I can't believe it's been that long. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so it's a big deal. I guess what little I know about Kik is this. They have a relationship with, I believe it was born out of spite, and I really got to say that I like the gumption, the gusto. I'm pretty sure it was started out of frustration and hate for Twitch, because it was born out of like the big debacle that happened several months back about streaming gambling. Now, I don't know too much about this in particular because I just don't care about, you know, a lot of the drama that happens on Twitch. You know, maybe I'll see something that comes down the pipe every now and then on the Livestream Fails subreddit, but it's not something that, you know, I care about or pay attention to. So I don't know all the gory details. But what it sounded like is that Twitch was allowing people to stream themselves gambling for a hot minute, and then all of a sudden, I guess it was not okay anymore, because this is, I'm just sort of explaining like my understanding of Twitch's side, but I believe what they said was that you can still totally stream yourself gambling, but you can't do it on these shady, unlicensed online casinos. So if you were to go to Las Vegas on the Strip and stream yourself, you know, gambling, that's totally fine because these are regulated casinos. So it's not a moral thing. It's never a moral thing, right? It's just a simple, you know, U.S. laws, U.S. gambling laws type of thing. You know, which I guess, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It makes sense. Whether I agree or don't agree, it really doesn't matter, but it makes sense given that, you know, Amazon is $1 trillion company and Twitch is kind of like the, like a little lemonade stand that they bought, you know, from somebody's, you know, child, you know, a couple years back, and then learned how to make the lemonade. And now the lemonade stand doesn't make any money, but they feel really bad getting rid of the lemonade stand because, you know, it's just a kid. So, yeah, I mean, I think the reason they were able to afford a hate-motivated business, that really has a nice ring to it, I gotta say, is because Kik is associated with this online casino called Strike. And I don't know much about Strike. I just know that I'd seen it. I started seeing it a couple months ago because BitBoy is sponsored by them. If you guys aren't familiar, BitBoy is kind of like the Maximilian of crypto, you know. And so, you know, I watch stuff like pretty regularly. So that's why I'm even like a little bit aware of what's going on. But that makes it really interesting, this little bit of context, because when you think of it that way, you know, the moves that Kik is making, you know, first with sort of being a hate-inspired business, and then, you know, attracting a lot of the, you know, former Twitch A-list crowd over to their platform, to then offering, you know, guaranteed hourly rates for some streamers, and now, putting down 70, basically they're saying that this deal is worth $70 to $100 million, which basically puts xQc at Joe Rogan level, just in streaming instead of podcasting, which is, obviously that's insane, but I watched a video about it from Devin Nash, whose show I was on a couple of years ago, and that guy gets it. That dude is like a marketing genius, and yeah. So if you guys are interested, you should definitely look up Devin Nash xQc, and what he explained was fascinating, and it's still a big deal. But it's nice to have that sort of inside baseball, insider take on it. So I think it's really exciting, not because I care one way or the other what xQc is doing, but I will say that it is super bullish for the entire web content, live streaming, gaming, esports industry. It's, especially because we're sort of, you look at the trail of esports dead bodies left in the wake of 2023, and so to see this dude, come up like that, even though it is probably primarily motivated in hate all around, probably. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if xQc was like, yeah, fuck these guys, I'm out. But I don't really know the backstory there. But yeah, that's good money. Not bad. Not bad for sitting around playing video games. Okay. Yeah, well, you want to grow the comeback, bro. The best thing to do is to share the work with somebody who needs to see it. Oh, whoops, we can't put that over there. Whoops, that's not it. Oh, there we go. There it is. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Ninja and Mixer that makes it a little bit different is that Mixer kind of, I would say that Mixer quit, or Microsoft pulled the plug on Mixer, right before it was about to really do something, even though I guess that was a couple of years ago. But the thing is, if Mixer was still around, Kick would not have had this sort of market share with which to make these types of moves. And, I don't know if you guys have been seeing all of the Twitch drama that happened last week where they changed, the terms of service when it comes to streamers working with sponsors, but that really pissed off a lot of people. And Mixer would have been the beneficiary of that anger and exodus. Instead, they quit right before, whatever, it was a couple of years ago, but still, they quit before they got there. And instead, now it's Kick. And I bet Mixer is kicking themselves. Just seeing, I'm sure it wasn't like one person's decision, but I'm sure it does not feel good to see the way that Twitch has kind of like unfolded and then see Kick be there to pick up the pieces and not be at least a little salty. Nah, link it to me, Javier. Attending your first tournament. I have a vague recollection of what that was about. And I don't envy you guys, you know. All right, we're gonna run a poll. Okay, we're gonna run this poll because I'm like, there we go. All right, that's good enough. All right, we're gonna run this poll. All right, please act like this is a democracy and cast your vote for a little bit. And let's see. All right, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna play like one match in Battle Hub while you guys exercise your right to vote. And if you don't vote for who I want, then your vote may or may not be counted. But yeah, so Travis, where is the tournament, bro? And what did I say in the video? And had you already decided that was what you were gonna do? Or did the video kind of like push you over the edge? Oh man. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh, I had a great idea. Hold on. I wonder if I can make this happen. Hold on. I knew I was gonna eventually do something with all this extra space. Just need. Oh. There we go. Oh, yeah, that kind of works. Okay, here, watch. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, we're too far. There we go. All right. Oh, he's... All right, he's very polite. Uh-oh. Whoa, whoops. I forgot how to press buttons. Ah, interesting. Oh, ballsy. Okay. Wow. This guy must know something that I don't. Oh, no! Well, all right. I guess I deserve that. That had to be... Well, yeah, that was the only thing that he could have done. Whoops. Whoa. You know, we might need to put her on the list. Oh, that was... Okay, I think he messed that up. Oops. Oops. Okay, well, at least I didn't... At least I didn't get crumpled in the corner. So that's okay. All right. Right, of course she's plus. Oops. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my God, you guys. Right, just plus on that, no matter. I guess she is. I don't know. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got it. Right. Whoa! Oh, shh. Oh, whoops, I gotta move the chat. Sorry, guys. It's okay. I know you guys are thrilled with my performance. Whoop. Oh, man. Oh, man. Short-lived. Whoop. Whoa, I've never seen that before. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a command grab. It's a command grab. Oh, well, yeah, I guess I should have known that because she did do something. I think she threw that out earlier in the first game, but it didn't hit. But I was like, oh, I'm not quite sure what that does. We found out the hard way, but it's okay. Okay, that I feel okay. It was back and forth. All right, let's take a look at the results. Ah, it's a Gungan. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated, bro. Wow, I've never seen one so fancy. That might be the world's fanciest super chat. It was back and forth, you know. Okay, let's see. All right. We're going to end it. And let's see. Okay. JP, DJ, and Honda. All right, time to play some Marisa. No, I'm just kidding. That would suck. I think I lose to her more than anybody, though. Honda's close, though. I mean, you know, it definitely does seem like he can do whatever. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, let it slide. You guys want to see some JP? Okay. All right. We're just gonna go through because I haven't done anything with him. Wow, why do we get 500 drive tickets for that? We're just firing up the character guides. Is that for just JP or is that everybody? I don't know. All right, well, we're gonna find out. Oh wait, actually, let me move this. I'm just gonna put that. Hold on. What if I put this like a little bit? There we go. I'm gonna put that up there, and then I'm gonna move that a little. There we go. I think that's okay. Oh, wait. Actually, we're going to move. There we go. That's all right like that. Okay. All right. With long range pokes. All right. It's JP time, boys. With long range pokes and a bevy of psycho power based projectiles, JP is in his element when he's keeping opponents guessing and on the opposite side of the screen. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much my experience. JP can disrupt the opponent's defenses from a distance and has plenty of ways to prevent them from approaching as well. And also, notice you guys, I have the hitbox viewer turned on. And this, I don't know about you guys, but this is the first time that I've seen the hitboxes on his moves, right? Because it's like, I know there's an overhead, I know one goes low, there's the spike, and then there's also the command grab, right? But, you know, because you don't fight them all the time, you wouldn't necessarily know that. But this is why we do this, so that we don't get caught slipping by this boomer. At mid-range, he can keep opponents at bay with his long-reaching normals, along with special moves designed to send opponents flying. And then, yeah, that little slide thing. Departure limits your opponent's movements while setting up attack opportunities. It's like his, it's like Capcom's trying to be Guilty Gear. Okay. Triglav. Thrust your staff into the ground, causing the thorns of Psycho Power to emerge at a distant location. Useful in combos and as a way to check opponents from a distance. Triglav. Is that short for something? Triglav allows you to attack opponents from a distance with the point of attack changing based on the strength of the button. Best to attack directly or the place where you predict the opponent will be. Okay, we can go like long or far. Oh, okay, right. And the overdrive version adds an additional thorn and considerable pain, suitable for keeping your opponent in check or pushing them back to a more suitable distance. And by the way, are any of you guys following along? I hope so. Man, I remember, what a time to be alive. I would have loved to have just been a fly on the wall watching all my favorite Third Strike players when I was a wee nooblet, just, you know, going into Family Fun Arcade during the Stone Age. The Stone Age, really. Whichever you choose, attacking directly should prove most effective. Okay. Streebog. Trilat? What was that? Dude. Is he German? Like, he doesn't have a German accent, but in the comic book, at least like the one episode or the one issue that I read, it's like all I hear is Klaus Schwab when his character is talking in the comic book. Perform a forward swing with your staff to generate a barrier of Psycho Power. Effective for tacking on additional damage in combos or as a way to get the opponent away from you. A move best used in conjunction with other attacks at close range. Transition into it from a fast attack to put distance between you, or if the opponent provides a sufficiently large opening, use it in a combo to inflict great damage. Huh. It's interesting that... Oh, wow. It's kind of interesting that his Get Off Me move is just a fireball motion instead of a DP, and that the ground spike is down punch. I'm super glad that I decided to make the switch to hitbox, because I swear, as soon as I saw that down motions were like kind of prominent, I was like, man, fuck that. The dream is dead. I'm not gonna be trying to struggle with trying to do down anything on a stick. So I'm just not gonna put myself through that. All right, departure. What is this? The teleport? Place a void of Psycho Power in the air from which thorns spawn. Useful as a way of limiting your opponent's movement when vying for position. This move uses Psycho Power to create a distorted void in space, which will automatically attack the opponent shortly afterwards. Wow. Okay, so the light one is like almost above you, and then heavy is way over there, and then EX puts both. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, but how do you... Okay. Oh, it automatically attacks. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. But you can also do it manually. Ah. Okay. Oh. I mean, I guess I don't know. Did I know? Did I know? Whoa. No, I didn't know. I mean, I knew that he had like something like that. I just had no idea how it worked. Because why would I know? How would I know unless I took the time to just, you know, kind of sit down with him for a little bit and see what he does. Oh, that's interesting. Look at. So if you do heavy and then, oh wow, I thought it was going to come on the other side. If you do heavy and then come down with medium, it's like it looks like a cross up. I don't know if that would actually cross up, but I think it would. Yeah, but somebody was telling me, or somebody left a comment on one of the videos recently that was like, oh no, actually JP is not that good. He just seems like he's really good because people don't know his gimmicks. But there was like something about, I forget exactly what his weakness was. I don't know. Oh, Nemo's playing him? Okay, all right. That sounds lovely. There's also Departure Shadow. This will whoa! Manually trigger an attack from the void you create. Use this to make your timing less predictable, or connect into it from a normal attack. Ah. Oh, I see. So light and medium are both teleports. Light pushes you forward, and whoa. Yeah, okay. Okay. Light is close to you, and then medium, when you do the medium follow-up, it pushes you out of the hole, like towards the opponent, whereas light puts you backwards. Sorry, puts you in front of them. Oh, see, it's like, maybe it does. Oh, okay, I see. It does this. I think it does the same. Light and medium do the same. What matters is the position of you to the opponent and where you put the hole out in the first place. Because, look it, when I do, okay, we're going to stand full screen, and then we're going to do the light one, and then I'm going to hit light as I come out, and then now look at his feet on the floor. See how he's basically right in between the, what do we call that? Like one half box. Like you see from the center of the screen to the line, the dark line behind him, that's one box, right? So he was put one half box away from half screen, or sorry, from the middle of the stage. And that was by doing light and then light again. So now we're going to do light and then the medium follow-up, and it's going to be in the same spot. So that means that he only has 2 follow-ups, but there's 3 places that the void can be. Or sorry, departure. I like saying void though. So, so that was me doing medium and then the light follow-up. And so now notice his left foot is on the center of the stage. So now we should be able to do medium and then medium again, and he ends up in the exact same spot. So he only has 2 possible follow-ups, because light and medium do the same. But if you do the heavy follow-up, then the angle of that varies based on where they are, I guess. Yeah. So if you're really far away, it'll be in front. But if you can get it, let's see. So from back here, it's too far. So when we look at the lines on the floor, what if, see, he's basically at the edge of block 1. So what if I also am on the edge of my block 1, and then I do the heavy, yeah, there we go. So you see right there, he does the vertical one because the departure is directly above his head. But if I do medium, let me get a little further away. Yeah, that still works too. Well, what if we were like, yeah, okay. So it's like over time, you probably get pretty good at being able to judge the distances, because I want to say, I mean, we'll check, but it wouldn't surprise me if that follow-up did more. And that there was some sort of reason to hit them with that maybe you got some sort of little bonus, like, I don't know, maybe there was more damage or more knockdown frames. I mean, aside from looking cool, I guess you always get like cool, you always get cool guy points with him. So that's not bad. You know, cool for being an old guy, I guess. Rich old guy that can teleport. Ward off an opponent's attack while sticking them with a bomb of psycho power. The bomb will detonate after a period of time, damaging the opponent. Amnesia activates upon contact with opponent's attack. You'll need to predict your opponent's offensive patterns, but if successful, you'll attach a psycho power bomb to them. Not a psycho power bomb or even Psycho Sid's power bomb. A psycho power bomb. Okay, so there's that one with punches, and then, oh wait, whoops. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Oh no. Oh, it's a counter. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay. That's a really obnoxious input. Oh, I guess it's not that bad. I guess because it stays out for a little bit, you don't have to hit it like a perfect parry or anything. Okay, that's totally doable. Oh, kudos, the highlights of my day. Craft a clone out of Psycho Power and send it flying at your opponent. Useful for checking your opponent and causing damage at long range. Huh. The button used will change the clone's attack. That doesn't look like a clone. Light will unleash a quick attack with short recovery, suitable for controlling space. It will also knock down the opponent if it hits. That should set them back a bit. Oh, and you can hold it. Oh, look at that. You know, I actually kind of like that approach to have a character that doesn't fit with the rest of the cast, because I could see if I was a NetherRealms player, maybe I would be like, oh man, now I can totally play Street Fighter just in time for this $1 million. I mean, that doesn't really sound like that much of a stretch. Huh. So it can, but what if you're like, oh, okay, yeah. So even if you're up close, yeah, then he's just blowing smoke up your ass. Okay. I guess that's pretty fast. What is that? Oh, okay. It's like, it's like 25 frames startup, 27, somewhere around there. Yeah. Blanca, yeah. Blanca and Sim definitely were the pioneers. And braid. A throw that sends a clone to grapple with the opponent and explode with Psycho Power. The amount of time it takes for the grab to execute depends on the distance from your opponent. This move sends a clone to do your dirty work. A wonderful option for surprising foes or breaking their guard. Should they expect to dry parry Tourbillon or Triglav, imagine their surprise if this were to emerge instead. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, you tapping out, Jared? Oh, well, all right. No problem, bro. I did receive your application. Actually, yeah. So I'll let you know that we received your application, and if you're a good fit, then we'll be in touch. Don't call us. We'll call you. Seven frame jab? Wow. That is quite a long time. I really do gotta give them props, the Cap Cops, for not being afraid to take risks and do things that are, you know, kind of outside the norm, but I can see you know, I can see the method to the madness. Fire 2 interlocked shockwaves of psycho power directly forward. Easy to work into combos or to use as a counterattack, even when performed at close range. Chornobog. Chornobog. Sounds like a pet from I don't know, some sort of like wizard show. Chornobog. Chornobog's applications vary depending on distance from the opponent. It's invincible at the start. You can use as a close range reversal and anti-air, or as a damaging move in combos. Whoa. Oh.
Yes. This will do.
Nobody uses it as anti-air? Well, they must not have taken the time to come to class.
Very good. This will do. Excellent.
Oh, really? All right, well, we're going to try to hit it as an anti-air just to prove a point. Yeah, Chornhub. Oh, because it's got a 7-frame startup, so you have forever. Generate clones. It's always cloning with the bad guys in Street Fighter, isn't it? Generate clones to attack your opponent from all directions. Can be used to make combos utilizing your clones or as a way of breaking through your opponent's guard. Surround your opponent with clones which launch a series of attacks. The attacks from the upper clones can't be blocked crouching, so they're an overhead. And it's best to break the opponent's guard or to launch powerful offensive sequences. But is that true? Do we really know? Is that confirmation that there are indeed unblockables in this game? That's pretty, I mean, that looks pretty unblockable to me. Experimentation is key. All manner of creative combos and unpredictable attack chains are possible. The order of the clones' attacks are predetermined, so some memorization may be required. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess you probably could just parry everything. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah. Yeah, if you could just parry everything, that... Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Oh, whoops. Ah, hold on. We gotta go back. We gotta go back, Kate. Lavushka. Okay, so I did light. And this is medium. And this is heavy. I don't know, kind of all look the same to me. Yeah, but didn't it just say that it varies based on the button? Look at surround your opponent with clones, which launches a series of attacks. The attacks from the upper clones can't be blocked crouching. It's best used to break the opponent's guard or launch powerful offensive sequences. Yeah? The order of the clone's attacks are predetermined, so some memorization may be required. Okay, I get it. They made it seem like it was different, but I see what you're saying. It's the same, but what varies is where the opponent is and what you're doing. All right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the hidden tech that is not there, unfortunately. But that's okay. This is, this is why we have to go and look sometimes. I mean, I'm not even all of that. I'm not really the guy that discovers the things. Like, I don't make the scientific discoveries around here. But it is still early, Physical combat isn't a truly irrational thing. And the height of that irrationality is an exchange of blows, person to person. I never touch the plebs. My cane and psycho power exist to prevent the opponent from getting close to me. Getting a little of that common filth on my cape. Remember well the fundamentals underlying my techniques, that you might do the same. Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Please leave a review. Not because I need my ego stroked, but so that we can collect reviews and testimonials to be able to print on paper for the physical release. It'll say like Sam, and it'll have your little tiny little avatar. It'd be like, Sam said he loved how I organize all the chapters. Buy now. Should you be at the distance you'd find yourself at when a bout begins, you may elect to use Standing Medium Punch, which has considerable reach. Yeah, let me know if there's something that I forgot or is unclear, or now that you've sort of read it or some of it, now you have more questions, feel free to ask so that way I can include those with the update. All right, the pressure's on now, bro. Employ Triglav and Malice to throw a bit of cold water on your opponent's plans. Standing Heavy Punch can be used to prevent your opponent from approaching, but be wary of their drive impacts. Oh, while they're being pulled close to you. Oh, ooh. This is a very... Thinking about players that don't play Street Fighter, that is a definite non-Street Fighter type of attack for sure. You really don't see... It's almost... I guess the only move that I can think of that's even somewhat similar is Makoto's sweep. Or sorry, not the down fierce, but the pretty sure that's forward roundhouse. I'm not really, I should know these things. But you know what? by the time Street Fighter 8 comes out and we're having this same discussion about what move it was that JP had, I'll be like, no, it was definitely down forward heavy because I actually took the time to learn the whole cast. Kids. It's going to be great. Street Fighter 8, you guys. Yeah, I think it... every time I see it, I mean, I haven't fought too many JPs, but it is a very strange move. Not something that you are looking for all the time with the rest of the cast throughout the nearly 40 years, or let's say 35 years that Street Fighter's been around. It goes without saying, but your adversaries seek your defeat just as you seek theirs. At mid-range, you must have a strategy for neutralizing your opponent's offense, particularly when they leap into the air. If your opponent jumps at you, crouching... Oh, he's got an air throw? Crouching heavy punch should be a reliable attack to deal with them. I don't know why JP has, like, the haunted ghost voice. But he definitely looks old and from another time, so maybe he's a vampire. Or did BlackRock not put vampires on their ESG request form when they gave Capcom the money? No, Capcom, vampires were last season. We need old wizard dudes. You may also take to the air yourself to throw them. You'll swap positions with your opponent, making it particularly amusing. Ho, ho, ho! In the event that you're cornered. Ah, for the hunter to become the hunted. Ho, 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 ho. And it's always going to be that side, I guess, right? That's pretty interesting.
Yes.
That's pretty good. Because if you could lure them all the way to the corner and then jump air throw them into the corner, oh man, that's definitely, it's like soul crushing right there. You know, against not against everybody, but you know, against a lot of players. I mean, you got to use the weird moves though. We're past the age of fighting games where not all moves were useful. I feel like every iteration of Street Fighter that, you know, comes out, they make more of an effort to make sure that every single button, every single move has a purpose. Because it wasn't always like that. Once you can skillfully manage opponents at mid-range, you must turn your attention to longer ranges. Let's see. Gotta work on my evil. I think this is why he has a German accent in the comic book. It is here where my repertoire shines most brilliantly. Use Psycho Power to toy with your opponents, then put them out of their misery. Yeah, they're all useful because they all do something different now. First, you must restrict your opponent's movement to preserve your positioning. Predict when they're going to move forward and use medium and heavy Triglav to snipe them from afar. Okay, so it's like you have the ground spikes, and then, right, then that guy, the overhead and the low, the feint, and then the command grab. Weave together the light, medium, and heavy variations to pierce your opponent's defenses from a distance. Okay. Hold down the button to feint and add embrace to instill ever greater certainty. Once cracks in their facade appear, by all means, begin chiseling. Yeah, honestly, I feel like you guys just haven't gotten beaten by Marisa as much as I have. And that's why you voted for this guy. But if I gotta play JP in order to get people to stop terrorizing me with Marisa, then that's what has to be done. Departure will require some practice to master. Use thoughtlessly, your opponent will be up upon you in an instant. Once you understand its methodology, however, you will find it to be indispensable. First, you should use it after knocking your opponent down or when you're far away and have made it difficult for your opponent to move. You must create situations in which departure can be used without fear of retribution. Now you're talking my language. Practice using departure with awareness of your situation and surroundings. After placing it, transition to offense, pressuring your opponent until departure's automatic attack begins. Right. Use the automatic attack to assist and continue your pressure, then immediately place the departure. All the better if you can apply some of departure's additional moves to this basic framework. I mean, when you explain it that way, JP, it doesn't sound very basic to me, bro. Sir. But I have a feeling that my instincts and legacy skill should come in handy. Okay. All right, cool. Well, all right. That was the JP stuff in the character guides. All right, cool. Off to a good start. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna run these ads and I'm gonna get some water. And then when we come back, we'll do the combo trials with him and see what that's like. Unless for some reason you guys like seriously want to do something else, but I feel like we've come this far with JP that we might as well just keep rolling with it. So 2 maybe 3 minutes, probably more like 2 minutes. Okay, BRB. All right, we're back. See, I told you it wouldn't be long. It's not long at all, you guys. Good to stand up. Good to stand up and walk around, because I'm just assuming that all of you have been following along thus far. Bro, I can't go online and play with my heart. You can't. It's a balance. It's the constant dance between the heart and the mind and the soul. And you don't want to, never want to be too far in one direction of that triangle. But actually, while we're talking about going online, I wanted to get this idea out there because I haven't heard anybody else talk about it. So I'm going to talk about it so that at least, even if I wasn't the first, I know I was one of the first to sort of think about this concept. Who here has played in the custom rooms in Battle Hub? Oh, I mean, I guess you could get to it here. You can get to them when you're in Battle Hub. You can get to them from Fighting Ground. But have you guys taken the time to look at what's going on in Custom Room? Because I did. And so I wanted to get some of these ideas out there so that you guys have a better understanding of where we're going to be going. Yes. Yes, exactly. And so let's take a look at what some of the possibilities are with the custom rooms. So we're going to create a room, and under mode, of course, there's singles, but there's also teams. And I don't know. Okay, maybe you set, yeah, you probably set it on the next page. But yeah, singles or teams. And then each one of the 4 battle slots are their own individual arcade cabinets within your room. And within each battle slot, you can choose between regular one-on-one, extreme battle, and training mode. And each one can be something different or something the same. And I gotta say, I think it's brilliant. It's so well done. And being able to do online training mode, just being built into the game, is such a welcome change, especially because this isn't the first time that Street Fighter's had this. Street Fighter Cross Tekken had online training mode. And then they just forgot that they knew how to do it. It's like, oh, like, why haven't we been back to the moon? Oh, you know, like, we just destroyed all the technology that got us there. You know, no big deal. It's like, really? You had online training mode almost a decade ago, maybe Cross Tekken was 10 years ago. And now it makes its return. Truly a miracle. But yeah, I can foresee lots of different configurations of each of these. Well, yeah, Fightcade has training mode available. There's 2 different Lua scripts that you can use to enable training mode, but I don't know that there's any way to do that with somebody that you're playing remotely with, you see. And of course, yeah, you could change rounds, timer, and set you can set your one game. Winner stays on, first to 2, first 3, 5, 10, or first to forever. And in room settings, I thought it was going to be limited. I thought it was capped to 8, right? Because there's 4 arcade cabs. But you can get 16 people in here, which means 8 people playing and 8 people watching. It's so nice to feel heard and appreciated. Or you could, set it to however many you wanted. Or yeah, and you can of course set the reserve slots to all or none or anywhere in between. And privacy is interesting as well because there's all these different statuses. Like this, I think privacy set to all means public, or it can be friends only, or friends and club members only, or private, which probably means invite only. And then there's spectating, right? So spectating can be public, private. So not only will nobody see that the room is going on, they can't even watch it. And this is just setting your bars. And then of course, being able to set the passcode, the 4-digit passcode. I'll say, if it was really supposed to be a secret, then you should use the asterisks. Let's see. And then comments. I think this is just the thing that goes on the machine itself, on the arcade cab itself. That would probably be a good one. I play modern. Does anybody want to play modern? All right, we're getting bodied. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyways, so once you have all of this all set up, then it brings this part up. And now, I mean, this configuration could have been either any way that we wanted it. So you can have rooms that are, let's say like this. This is like standard 1-on-1, 3 1-on-1 cabs, and 1 training mode cab. Because maybe you don't want to watch. Maybe you're super salty that you lost that last one. And so what are you going to do? You're going to queue up and then get into training mode until it's your turn. That's what I'm talking about. It's like they're actually trying to cultivate people playing the game with each other in a way that's fun and beneficial to your growth as a player. Like, I can't believe it. It's amazing. And what I foresee happening, at least the way that I'm going to try to play it, is to be able to run a bracket with only 16 people with these 4 cabs using some technical wizardry to have all 4 cabs on the same stream at once, or alternatively have 4 different streams going with each stream dedicated to 1 cab. But I think it's actually more of a flex to have all 4 cabs coming in on 1 stream, because even though you could do it the opposite, most people don't have 4 different monitors that they're going to dedicate to your little 16-man online tournament. It's much more interesting to me to have all 4 cabinets coming into 1 stream, so that way you can either show more than 1 at a time or 1 at a time depending on who's playing, or there's so many different ways that you can do it that we haven't even scratched the surface of. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We're never going to have the colors, are we? Okay. Okay, it is time to do some trial mode combos with JP. And if you were here when we did this with Cammy, it was a bit of a mission. I'm going to do my best to try to remember what I think the game is trying to tell us with each trial mode combo, as well as provide some execution guidance, as it were, for those that may be in the JP trial mode struggle. Because Cammy's was a mission, and she's not normally, like a high degree of execution difficulty type of character. But that was a mission. Okay, so the first one is his target combo. Oh, I see. So this target combo is just it's like a regular roundhouse, which looks a little different from forward heavy. See, this he's like kicking up, and this he's kicking around, but oh yeah, he is using the other leg. It's just kind of a weird, JP's a weird guy, I guess. So this doesn't look like something, this target combo doesn't look like something you're going to be able to just sort of hold forward on and then, be able to whiff punish into this target combo, which you can then cancel into a special move, right? Because, yeah, so that totally combos. But you have to be careful. Kind of like with Ryu, how you have to be careful that you're not holding forward and then pressing medium punch so that you get the overhead when you're just trying to get standing medium punch. It's like that. I'm so glad I installed the hitbox viewer, because look at, now we don't have to wonder. Okay, well, cool. It just stops right there, and it also moves him forward. All right, but you can't do heavy. Okay, so you have to do medium. Oh, right. And that one's not a combo. Okay. All right. So he's got target combo number 1. Now this is target combo number 2. And this is interesting because you have to start it from holding back. Yeah. Yeah, I play with hitbox. I mean, it took a while, but yeah, it took a while. But I also wasn't really playing that much for a long time, so that probably didn't help. So I find it interesting that target combo number 1 you cannot do while holding forward because you'll get that kick. So you have to be very conscious when you're moving forward that you don't accidentally throw that one out. Target combo number 2, on the other hand, has to be done from holding back because with JP, you're constantly going to be moving backwards. And it's cancelable as well. Yeah, and that's still combos. Okay. And that's another one of those moves that doesn't really look like most other Street Fighter moves. I can't even really think of another move that has that kind of... That's so weird. Bro, Bison, you've had like 35 years with Bison. You know. Maybe it's time to try something new? Oh, this one too. Yeah, if you're holding forward, then you get the overhead. So you either have to be in neutral or you could be holding back. So that is kind of like his standing medium kick and his back medium punch. Both are kind of the same because in a real match, you know, there's going to be situations where you're walking back and forth like this, and, you know, being able to throw out the standing medium kick, because like that one is that one's kind of unique too. It's almost like, yeah, see, like this light kick is much more common, right? That's kind of like the same one that, who has one of those, like Fei Long. I mean, I guess Ryu and the Shotos kind of have it like that in a way. But it is, I can't think of another one that has this kind of standing medium kick like that, because it does 600 and the range is good and it's cancelable. Usually you only get 2 of those, not all 3. They can, okay, look, they can never get rid of Chun and Ryu. Remember, Street Fighter 3 was a thing and people hated it. They took away everybody but Ryu and Ken for the first Street Fighter 3. And they brought in this whole new cast and everybody hated it, and it bombed in the arcades. And what happened at the end with Third Strike? They brought Chun-Li back. You know, so they're not going to do that again. And that, I kind of think, largely contributed to the Dark Ages. When we went from the Stone Age to the Dark Ages, when nothing happened, there were no new fighting games between 1999 and 2009. Is that what you want? Is that what you want, City Blades? I didn't think so. And even if you did want that, I'm not going to let you do that to all these nice people in here, because we don't want that. I mean, they had Gil last time. I didn't really play him, but in a parallel universe, Street Fighter V was like a different game. And we all loved it. And it was this one that we hated. So this move is this combo is interesting because the range is really good. Yeah. The range is really good. It comes out, it seems like it comes out fast. Fast enough for the clone. The clone, he looks more like a ghost, but I guess clone. Well, of course, right. It's Street Fighter. All the bad guys have the clones. And so with this one, that's our target combo number 2 from earlier, remember? But the range is pretty bad. So this would be kind of like up close only. All right. And so now let's look at the punish counter. All right. So that shows that off of the punish counter, yeah, stand fierce into the spike is practical and doable. Of course, there's probably tons of ways to get more damage, but it doesn't surprise me that he has something like that you know, isn't super technical. Like, he's old, right? All the stuff, even though the psycho power and or the fluid of his clones or the the blood of children keeps him young, probably a little bit of all of those things, but he's still old. So you're not gonna have this super old man having super execution heavy stuff that, you know, I don't know, an old man couldn't do. Case in point, I'm doing it. No, I played New Generation, and let's put it this way. We played at my local comic book stores and card shops and whatnot. But I'll tell you, I didn't even know. I loved New Generation so much. I didn't even know that Second Impact came out until way later. Yeah, I was like on vacation with my family. That's how I found out. Like, whoa, there's another one? Because nobody cared. But, you know, obviously that was different by the time Third Strike came around, but that was, I think, also a large part of Third Strike, Marvel, and CVS 2's success was due in a large part to the Dreamcast. Because the Dreamcast was a standard for a reason. Oh, that's nice. So that one only hits on counter hit, though. Bro, I haven't even played all the characters yet. I mean, I don't think I'm that far behind. I mean, I'm just giving you guys a head start. And I kind of thought about it the other day too. Okay, here. We didn't really talk about this one. So heavy is the same whether you're holding back or forward. So this is definitely a move that you can throw out in the neutral and just basically buffer into the EX, because you can do the same motion, and if it doesn't make contact, then the what is this? Then the clone, the EX clone, won't come out. So I can see this being very useful in neutral, and then you follow up with the heavy spike. And this one is counter hit only. That's kind of interesting because he has his standing medium kick that hits at a weird angle from kind of far away. And then he has the down forward that kind of slides him forward. But he also has this move, which pushes him forward a little bit and doesn't look as dramatic as that one. But this isn't cancelable, whereas that's not cancelable either. But you have enough time off of the medium kick on counter hit to link into standing light kick and then go into his little spinny thing. That reminds me, man, I don't know why I did it. Oh God, I do know why I did it. And it was not a good reason. But anyways, I had one of those Dreamcasts that got refreshed with the HD mod or whatever it was. Man, it looked great, except I never played it. And I think Ruin has it. If any of you guys know Ruin, the Marvel guy, tell him Gutex wants his HD Dreamcast back. Nah, I don't really care. It would be nice to have back, not because I want to play it, but I'm pretty sure he does play it, so I think that's all I want. Oh, duh. Ha! I don't know why, I just automatically thought I was supposed to jump and do something. But yeah, so here's our forward heavy from earlier. Dude, I swear. The powers that be always want to cry about piracy hurts sales. You wouldn't download a car, would you? Yes, I would. I would definitely download a car. And you're just not going to convince me that more people downloading the software doesn't actually end up making it more popular and more profitable for the company over the long run. Assuming, of course, that you have a great product. If you don't have a great product, then yeah, sure, maybe. Yeah, piracy hurts. But how is it that the Dreamcast is so loved by so many people, and I mean, maybe not Third Strike, but Marvel and CVS2, Dreamcast was standard. You try to act like people being able to download and burn the games was a problem. That was what kept the system alive. And now you look at Photoshop, dude. Photoshop is the most heavily pirated, aside from Windows. Photoshop is the most heavily pirated piece of software in the history of software. And you're going to try to tell me that that hurts sales somehow? How much more of a monopoly did Microsoft and Adobe need? Seriously. Could you get a bigger monopoly? Come on. That's ridiculous. When people try to act like downloading data from the internet is stealing, that's when I know I can't take this person seriously anymore. You see, because the last time I had something stolen from me, I didn't have it anymore. You see? When you download something, you're just making another copy. But nothing was stolen because now there's more of it. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. Okay, you can cancel it. Oh, you gotta cancel it way up there. Yeah, Alpha 3 was on Dreamcast, but also Alpha 3 was one of the first to really benefit from Chimera, the emulator. This was like the first... I mean, it might just be my own bias, but it was definitely one of the... It was the first game that I played on an emulator online back in the dark, you know, like on keyboard, right? So I totally, even though I'm not currently, I was never a keyboard monster by choice, but I definitely have played on keyboard. And it's a good thing too. This motion, this input is still tricky. There it is. There we go. Oh, there we go. So you get the overhead into the... Oh, crouching medium punch. Oh, that's the first time we've used crouching medium punch, you guys. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's medium the whole way. Got it. Dude, Chimera was sick. I mean, that was, you know, the predecessor to Fightcade. I mean, this was before the invention of GGPO, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was before. I'm pretty sure that was one of the things that inspired GGPO to, you know, to exist and be developed. Because the experience with Chimera was like good enough so that you could see the potential. Oh, what? Oh, oh, wow. Huh. So you get up close to them, do the command grab. Oh, wait, no, sorry. No, it's not a command grab. It's just a regular grab. You put the portal behind them and then throw them. And if you set it up right, then the spike hits them and then you juggle into stand fierce into another spike, down spike. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. You know, I don't know. I don't know if corny is the right word, but I think if it felt good, I would probably do it. So, yeah. I don't know that I would use the word corny, but kind of. And that's not to say that that's not something that I should be doing, because obviously it wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt to have more people in here. And telling people that you're doing something is the only way that they're going to show up, to a degree, right? I mean, even a notification on your phone because, you were subbed and hit the bell icon. I mean, that's still letting, it's still letting you know. And, so I'm aware that I need to do all that stuff more, because I used to. But also, back when I was more active on Twitter, I would get lots of engagement with my stuff. But now I just feel like the algorithm is changed so much that it's like, oh man, I have to dedicate so much brain power into doing stuff on Twitter that I'm like, oh man, like it's kind of like I just keep on putting it off and putting it off, something like that. But that's why all this week I've been focused on automation, because I know that I'm not the type of person that is going to, be posted on Twitter all the time like, hey guys, hey, I'm going to be streaming on YouTube, like, oh, we're going to play some Street Fighter 6 and I'm going to go through the trial combos. Like, I mean, that definitely does not feel good to have to do on a regular basis, which is exactly why automating it is so important. And we're getting closer. And it's not rocket science. Like, I had it all set up before. Like, I know how to do it. And so now it's time to do it again. Oh, I have to do medium. There it is. That one was kind of tough. Because not because its execution is really hard, but just because that's a very counterintuitive way of doing things. Very anti-Street Fighter, kind of. Why? Does it make you feel corny? Make you feel some sort of way? Maki? Oh, what up, Christian? What up, bro? So if you guys don't know Christian, he's our designer and has been doing the thumbnails and the overlays that we got going on in here, as well as some of the stuff that you'll be seeing on Twitter, well, and every other platform. Because yeah, basically, like, I found this new, I guess, well, hey, if you haven't heard of it, it's new to you, but it's a new, as far as I can tell, it's a new API that connects with every relevant social platform aside from Discord, so that you can basically post once and have it go everywhere. Obviously, easier said than done. However, I really like their approach, and it's not cheap, so that sucks, but at least I know that they're not gonna go out of business because they're making a lot of money. And I feel like there's so many different social media management solutions out there, but I can tell you that what sets you apart, I mean, I'm sure none of you guys are, trying to run your own social media software company or anything, but there's very little support for Reddit, and now there's going to be even less. So anytime I see that, I'm like, oh, wow, these guys get it. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Oh, wow, you got to do it really fast. For an old guy? No, this one's easy. Yeah, that was easy. That one's kind of satisfying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The algorithm is tough, man. It's not going anywhere. There's no transparency. You don't really know. Like, you think something works because of, whatever. You see some sort of positive outcome. But is it because you did something right, or because it was like a slow outrage day? We don't really know. And that's something that really bothered me for a long time. And I gotta say that Elon buying Twitter we're gonna look back and be like, man, that was like such a bigger deal than everybody sort of recognized at the time. Whether or not you're an Elon, love him or hate him, that Elon buying Twitter is probably going to go down as, one of the most important things to happen to the world, in a long time. It was probably like, I mean, obviously COVID was like a way bigger deal, but in terms of, large internet properties changing hands and the ripple effect of what that caused, I mean, think about it. Twitter's been around, I feel like my account is like 16 years old or something like that. It's been around for a long time. It's always made a ton of money. It was never profitable. Less than, or maybe around 6 months from Elon buying it, all of a sudden now, what used to be free, the data from the API access was free from the beginning of time, and now it's $100 a month. That changed not just the Twitter business model, as well as kind of a defensive play against all of the AI companies. It also has trickled down to affect Reddit, because I don't know if you guys have seen, the mod mutiny that's been going on Reddit all week, but they changed their API they are about to change their API policies as well, which would eliminate a lot of the most popular third-party Reddit apps that normal everyday developers have spent years of their lives developing, that millions of people rely on and enjoy every day. Well, what does that have to do with Twitter? Well, Elon set the bar and essentially normalized charging quote unquote ridiculous amounts for API access to a social media platform / big tech company. And in retrospect, $100 a month for API access, well, I don't know. I guess I haven't gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, but it would be interesting to see whether the prices of what Reddit and Twitter are charging third-party developers now is kind of aligned with each other. I'm gonna say that it's Reddit is way more expensive, but for Twitter, it wasn't about trying to make money from the APIs. It was about trying to exert more control over the user experience, because a third-party developer is not going to have the same type of motivation to try to track every little thing that you do on the app in the same way that first-party developers do. Because ultimately, this whole thing was about two things: control over the user and being able to gather and monetize as much data as possible from the user base. That was, of course, a priority. But it's also a defensive play, because now, through the rise of AI and ChatGPT, now we know what all these heavy bandwidth, super high request API users were doing. But the real question is, did Twitter and Reddit know that these AI companies had been, building a $1 trillion industry off of free API access? I don't think that they were aware. Because if they were, either they would have put a stop to it a long time ago. They would have put a stop to it a long time ago. But, that's just, I have no inside knowledge of any of that. It's just a theory. Yeah. Mackie, I gotta say, bro, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good. Because I thought it was just me. But you know how it is. If your boy's down there in the struggle with you as well, obviously this is why men fight the wars, right? Oh, it's party time now. I haven't, like I said, I've been spending more time on Twitter more recently, but I really was not looking at it very much for a long time, and also not posting anything on it. And so I feel like since Elon has taken over, Twitter is like so much better, because I find myself spending so much more time on it. But I will say that it does, it sucks about the API changes, but I really do think that it's mostly because of the AI companies, not, that's like 80% of it. And so now that I spend more time on Twitter and I see, like, I saw Chris T post in, he did like a first to 10 with Mena, and then posted it, and I think it got like, when I looked at it, it had like 19 likes on it, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Well, that's more than I would have gotten, probably. So I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. On the other hand, there's clearly people that are successful on Twitter. For example, every single day there's hundreds, if not thousands, of AI Twitter threads like, oh, don't miss these 10 AI tools that are going to change, your life forever. Every single day there's more and more of those. So it's not like nobody gets traction on Twitter. I think it's just much harder than it used to be because there's a lot more people on the platform. Like 16 years ago, bro, when I first got on Twitter, you could tweet through text messages and you could tweet back and forth with people over text message on a flip phone. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Reddit thing, it's been it was a big deal. Or sorry, I think it still is a big deal. There was a subreddit blackout for a lot of subs. Not all of them, but certainly more than a handful. From June 12th through 14th, and some of the subreddits posted like, hey guys, what do you think? Should we stand in solidarity with our third-party developers? And, most, at least the subs that I'm in, most of them were like, yeah, fuck them. And there was also some people that said, it's not going to change anything, therefore, why bother? And I don't think it's going to change anything, but I still said, yeah, fuck them, shut it down as long as it takes. And then I saw some people saying that, it shouldn't just be the mods shutting the subreddits down. It should be all of us Redditors just not using the site during that time period. So I slipped once. I accidentally opened it once, but I can say that I took the time away from the site too. Also, I don't actually think it's gonna do anything, but I'm also old enough to remember the Dig version 4 update. I mean, you guys, I'm positive none of you guys were around for that, but 1,000 years ago, there was this website called Dig with 2 G's, and it was it was this crazy idea at the time because people submitted cool links that they found on the internet to this one central place on the internet, and then other people upvoted and downvoted based on whether or not it was good. Super novel concept at the time. They raised a ton of money. They were doing video podcasts. This was like 2002-ish, 2003. This was a long time ago. To do video podcasts back then, the Dig podcast is one of the reasons why I started doing a podcast back then, because I saw that it could be done. Like, oh, this is super cool. I'm going to do this. And everything was great for years. Dig.com, it was called the Dig effect. If you got put on the front page of Dig, your server was going to die in a fire from all the traffic. You were going to sell out of whatever it was you were selling, even though, 20 years ago, not everybody was selling things on the internet. And then one day, there was talk of the redesign. And all of a sudden, we went from Dig version 3 to Dig version 4. And this redesign was so bad, it literally killed the site. Traffic plummeted by like 60% or something almost overnight. And that was literally the catalyst of how I became a Redditor in the first place. And I used Reddit for a long time before really understanding what was even going on, like how it even worked. But it was so, or not was, it's still so much better than Dig ever was, because the beauty of Reddit was that anybody could make their own subreddit, aka community, no matter what. There was no choosers, no gatekeepers, no deciders. Anybody can make a subreddit about anything on Reddit. Whereas on Dig, you had a handful of categories that were mostly tech-based. So even though they had accrued a huge amount of users and a lot of popularity within the tech space, you know, it's not the same, because you're always gonna like have that I don't know, like a big tech glass ceiling above you, just because, you know, if you're only catering to tech bros, you're just not gonna get the normies. And Reddit now, 16 years later, has not only built a user base of normies and, you know, obviously like the hardcore Redditors, but, you know, there's a lot of normies on there that are just lurking. So not only have they come so far as to sort of make this site, which was HTML text based forever until, you know, the new app or whatever, till, you know, kind of relatively recently, you know, but they've cultivated, you know, kind of like a, you know, obviously there's still like the hardcore Reddit, stereotypical Redditor nerd stereotype for a reason, but it does have a lot of normies. The site is bigger than it's ever been. And now they're gonna die a hero or live long enough to see themselves become the villain. At least that's what it looks like to me. And it definitely looks like they've made their choice. And it kind of bums, you know, it's kind of sad too. I mean, I don't think it's gonna, it's not gonna disappear. It's not gonna disappear the same way that that Dig did. It just sucks. It just sucks that, like, I don't know, that it would go down this way. You know. But I also think that I started to second guess myself yesterday too, because I'm like, man, you know what? If everybody's favorite subs are closed down and hardcore Redditors are taking a break, you know, for these couple of days in protest, maybe I could get a lot of traction on Reddit while everybody is, you know, protesting. So I haven't really done anything about it, but I am going to try to see if I can find some stats and see what the real effects were of this protest. Because I'll tell you what, the one thing that, even if I decided that I'd had it with Reddit forever as a user, I still really think that Reddit ads, not that I've had personal success with them, but I think there's so much potential in Reddit ads, because I don't see a lot of people, you know, everybody accepts that pay-per-click advertising, self-serve ad platforms are a thing and they work. Google would not be a $1 trillion company without it. Same thing with Meta, Amazon, TikTok, Snapchat. Reddit, LinkedIn, Pinterest, literally every single social media platform has a self-serve ad platform, including Amazon, except for Twitch. And I think to the real normies out there, Reddit makes no sense to them. So if Reddit makes no sense to the actual normies, aka the ones with the huge ad budgets, that means that it's likely that most of the ads on Reddit are probably pretty cheap because there's not a ton of people advertising on it. Now, what does that mean for you? I don't know. I mean, to me, the only reason why people don't spend I'm not talking about like big companies. I'm talking about like normal everyday people like me and you. The only reason why everybody isn't spending tons of money on ads is just because most people just, like they haven't been in the internet hustle for long enough to understand it. I mean, I think I got a pretty good understanding of it, but I certainly don't consider myself an expert in it. But with that said, I definitely see the potential. And then, you might say, oh, well, advertising on the internet or on Reddit doesn't work because if it did, then Twitch wouldn't be losing so much money all the time because they have so much traffic and, they're still losing money. And that's where being a boomer that was young at the dawn of the internet, I can tell you that you don't need to spend 6 figures on some stupid influencer campaign with the bastard redheaded stepson of Amazon, aka Twitch. You don't have to do that. It doesn't cost a ton of money to advertise on self-serve ad platforms. You can start with $5. And you might not even spend those $5 in a, you might think you're like, oh shit, $5 a day. It's like $150 a month. Like, oh God, what if nobody clicks? I spent all this money for nothing. And then as I found out, through running pay-per-click ads on Amazon for my book, not only were the clicks cheaper than I would have ever imagined, there's not even enough traffic to max out the $5 ad budget. So now I'm wishing and hoping and praying that I could spend the $5 on pay-per-click ads every single day on Amazon, but I can't because there's not enough traffic. And I would have never guessed that was actually the case because last time I tried to run Amazon ads, I didn't keep a good eye on them and I wasted so much money because I was careless, and most times I don't do well with things that I gotta like babysit. Because it's like, oh shit, once it's like not at the top of my brain anymore, I just like forget that it exists, which is not an excuse. It's just an observation. And so that experience had made me think, it kind of gave me some Amazon PPC trauma a little bit, but I said, well, fuck it. I'm just going to do it anyways. Adjust the approach. And this time, it totally worked. It didn't work like, oh, I'm able to max out my $5 ad budget every day. Because I don't think I've spent more than like 30 cents in a day on this latest campaign. But the ads convert. So I only wish that there was, that I was able to get more traffic, because the cost of the clicks is so low. Oh, whoops, have to do it that way. Oh, that's like a 2-hit. I get it. They're a team. Oh, right, the clones. The clones are a team, you guys. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely psychological and information warfare. I mean, anybody who was like halfway paying attention during the pandemic can see that. But obviously, there's plenty of people who don't see that. But, that's one thing, even though obviously, it was a very difficult time for the world. I'm grateful for the experience because of how much truth it revealed. And bringing the suppression, the censorship, the psychological and information warfare to the surface, in my mind, is a net positive, because who knows how long I would have stayed asleep. Oops. Oh, I did it wrong. And it's not just Twitter. Whoops. It's not just Twitter. It's all the platforms. It's just that Twitter and Reddit in particular are more heavily infested with bots. Because it's not just, people imagine that there's like, oh, it must be these Russian troll farms that just have people all day, everywhere, every day, just, posting messages on social media to trigger and divide Americans. It's like, I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I mean, it might, that's a possibility. But I'll tell you what is a fact, a statistical probability of fact, is that not everybody you see on Twitter or Reddit or the internet in general, most of them are not real people. And I don't mean like, oh, you're so fake. I mean like they're bots. Why? Because the APIs up until recently were really easy to make bots for. I mean, if you recall, during the acquisition process of Twitter, Elon was like, wait a minute, I'm not paying you all this money. It's like, you got like way more bots here than you said. That was weird. There's way more bots here. It's like, what did he say? It was like 15-20% bots. It's like, dude, I'm not going to pay you full price. There's 80% as many people here as I thought. That's not the same, it's not the same thing. And Reddit, I think Reddit is probably worse, because at least with Twitter, the blue check mark kind of made it so that you always thought, okay, well, so-and-so is like, a real person. Somebody checked their paperwork. That didn't do it. Somebody, yeah, anyways, somebody checked their paperwork, right? But on Reddit, dude, like the pandemic made it so obvious that it was more controlled than any other platform. Well, maybe not Facebook. I don't know. I wasn't on, like, I'm not that old, you guys. But it's like the way that you see things on Reddit happen, in terms of the way that certain agendas get pushed to the front page. It's like, dude, come on. Like, I don't believe for a second that these are all real people. And I used to think that, you know, the dead internet theory, I used to think that was like so silly. Like, no, that's dumb. There's real people out here. And now through the pandemic, I don't know. Now it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, between the bots and the NPCs, you know, I might be the only one out here. Yeah, okay. It is the same one every time. This target combo. Okay, I see. Even though you do this 3 times, the following motion is different all 3 times. So first it's the super, and then it's the portal, and then it's the spin. Yeah, I mean, this is why this time around, just trying to do more books, because I feel like the sooner I can get more books out, the longer I'll be able to sell them, as opposed to every other time that I've I've kind of done books. It's like, it kind of hasn't been really sustainable, because like I would always get busy with something else shortly afterwards and then kind of forget about it. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. But this time, I mean, again, I think it is due. This is just still kind of like the carryover, or like the after effects of the pandemic. I think I'm too close. But yeah, this time around, it's like way easier to just do, you know, just try to focus on that stuff, because now I feel like now there's a real incentive to be good at this game, you know, and it's not just it's not just Capcom's $1 million. You know, I mean, today, you know, I don't know if you guys were here earlier, but you know, the xQc deal, $70 to $100 million deal, biggest ever for, you know, a streamer, obviously. I mean, that makes the $1 million look like pocket change, right? And it's like, xQc isn't, I mean, I'm sure he's good, but like, that dude's not out there winning, you know, like esports championships, right? He's just streaming at home, right? Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to be the number one guy in order to get a paycheck that is orders of magnitude higher than our number one guy. So now that there's a real incentive to be good, I consider myself quite fortunate that I have less responsibilities, less drama, less everything. Less is more. You know, because it's like I was trying to make it this far the whole time. Because I knew that it was gonna take a while, you know, for it to get to the point where I could actually just stay home and play Street Fighter, and the rest will just take care of itself. Oh, nailed it. Okay, now let's do it again to prove that it wasn't luck. All right. Target combo. Activate the super. Now I can't do it anymore. Oh, we're missing one Stand Fierce right there. Whoops. Oh, whoops. 1, 2. It's like activate and then 1, 2, and then 1, 2 forward. Okay, 1, 2 back and then 1, 2 forward. Oh, I waited too long. Yeah, it's like I'm losing track. It's real easy to lose track. I mean, honestly, like, this is not the way that I would do it if, I think if it was just me, I don't know. I wouldn't be trying to do it this way. I would try to build it piece by piece. Why does that not combo sometimes? Am I waiting? Right, okay. Now observe. Now observe. Okay. Ah! Now it's starting. Now it's starting to set in. Oh man. I can't even... Dude, I can't even do the stupid super anymore. What happened? There it is. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely a certain crowd. I don't know. It's easy to just sort of blame it on. It's easy to just be like, oh, it's just the kids, you know. But we always kind of have to be wary of, you know, like, it's a thin line between cracking jokes, making observations, and actually being a, you know, like kind of a grumpy old man. Not a grumpy old man, but like an out of touch boomer. But I will say this, it's hard to argue that it's not mostly really young people that, you know, that are like so heavily involved in Twitch culture. Because most adults don't have that kind of time to, you know, spend on all that stuff. And like, who has the time? And it's like, okay, well, it's not just Gen Z and younger, like teenagers. It's also a very particular demographic, because not only do you need a lot of time to develop that level of fandom and fuckery, you also have to not be at the bottom of the economic ladder. And, you know, that's its own kind of, that's like its own special kind of problem, right? You know, and this was really what I think people who aren't in fighting games just don't really appreciate about our world versus like other esports genres. You know, like the reason why FGC has a little bit of everything is because arcades had a little bit of everybody. You didn't need to be any type of, you know, particular demographic, income level, or anything, you know, to play an arcade game. You know, like everybody's got a quarter in their pocket, you know, to play a game for a few minutes. That's not some sort of elitist mentality. But then when you look at how you know, PC gaming was at the time, you know, nowadays it's not you know, you can build PCs that play games on the cheap. You know, a lot of people still are under this misconception that you can't do that, but I've personally done it myself, so I know that, you know, it's not true anymore that PC gaming is expensive. But that's not how it was up until relatively recently, you know, which is why everything in esports is always a certain way, because it's kind of a very homogenized, sanitized type of group of people. Because you wouldn't be in PC gaming, you know, 10 plus years ago if you weren't, you know, like pretty financially well off, you know? Like you're definitely in the upper middle class at the minimum. You know, because who had that kind of money to spend, right? The parents. And I'm not, you know, I'm not somebody that, oh, that was it. If I hadn't been given this TED talk, we would have hit it. And I'm not like some sort of like, oh, fuck rich people type of thing. Like I'm not. It's not about that. It's just an observation. It's not hating. It's not hating. I'm just making an observation. And, you know, that's fine. It's just that FGC was never like that. FGC was never like that, and that's why, you know, it's taken things so long to get to where they are, but also why it's not gonna go away during a recession. It's not gonna go away, you know, when the VC money dries up. Because basically everything about FGC is sustainable, because if it wasn't sustainable, eventually people would stop doing it because there would be nobody to pay for it. But the fact that it continues, you know, this is like, what, 21 years of Evo? And yeah, now they got Sony and Endeavor money, but you know, that's new. How long did they exist without that? You know, the vast majority of its existence. And I'm not saying that they weren't making money, or that they were making like tons of money or whatever. I'm just saying that clearly it was, most of FGC by and large is sustainable and has been sustainable basically the whole time, because if it wasn't, it would have gone away. And that's why, you know, throughout the years, more in Street Fighter 4 than in Street Fighter 5, but you know, there's always like a lot of you know, questionable characters come around, you know, because they see what some of us see, you know, they see, oh man, like this thing is gonna be huge, I gotta get in while the getting's good. It's just, you know, in every nascent industry is always filled with, you know, shady characters and you know, a mixed bag of morality. Every nascent industry has to go through that, you know, in the process of reaching legitimacy and critical mass. And I don't want to jinx it, but I think that we have done that. Yeah, I think we've done that. It's like, it seems like we've basically flushed out, not like sort of, you know, brought the pitchforks and canceled people, but you know, the sort of market, the free marketplace of ideas has, you know, run its course, and everybody who's not in it, you know, for the long run or with good intentions or whatever, all those people are gone. Oh yeah, actually, if you guys are curious, yeah, I mean, I do look at the analytics, and nowadays, the 18 to 24 demographic is down to like 15%. It used to kind of be the other way, and 35 to 44 is up. So basically, it used to be the other way around, where it was mostly 18 to 25, and now it's mostly either 35 to 44. I think it's actually more like 25 to 35, something like that. Like that's the majority of people, but it's clear that the kids are watching xQc, which is fine. You know. How soon do I need to hit that? But yeah, it's the demographics have definitely shifted. You know, well, that's that's fine. Oh, we got it. There it was. Oh, it's down in punch. Okay. You know, I mean, I get that. I get that. You know, time waits for no one. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, because like at this point, I was gonna say at this stage in my career, but I'm just gonna say at this point in my life, I would much rather have a smaller audience that gets it versus a larger audience that's not really on board, that will, you know, that will drop you at the first sign of trouble. Kind of like, I want to say somebody that has an audience like Logan Paul, but also I also think that a lot of the big, you know, high level Twitch streamers also kind of have this same issue of their audience. And I respect the Logan Paul hustle. I like what he does. I think that they're killing it, but I feel like I'm not totally convinced that he has a ton, like a shit ton of like die-hard fans, you know, proportionate to the perceived size of his audience. I mean, you know, obviously he's doing great. He's doing just fine. But I don't think that the people who kind of end up with the biggest supposed audience, you know, that just gets all the people that it's very easy to be a fan of something that's popular, you know? But so much of it doesn't have any real substance. And how many of those millions of followers are just, you know, bots doing their jobs? You know, that gets pushed, you know, for all different kinds of reasons. So that's a long way of saying, hey, thanks for being here. Because, you know, the reality is that even though the demographics have changed to be older, it's still like 98.5% male. So that part hasn't changed. Surprise! Surprise, you guys! That part is still just as consistent as ever. And so what does that mean? Well, obviously, as we get older, as men, there's less and there's fewer and fewer people that give a fuck about us. You know, who's helping men, right? Nobody gives a fuck about men. So what does that mean? Well, we have to give a fuck about each other. And, you know, we are not, as Western society, we're not going through the good times right now. And it's not like, oh, woe is me, you know, everything sucks, it's terrible, wah, wah, wah. It's not like that. It's just that you kind of have to know where you are in the cycle of things. And we're definitely not in the boom cycle, in the boom part of the cycle. I mean, all you have to do is look at the $10 that you spend on eggs now, you know, to feel it. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think most of us are probably not in the type of financial position that we wish or we thought we would be in at this point. And so what do? Who looks out? Who's looking out for us? Shit. Who even talks about it? I mean, I talk about it with my close friends, like with my close homies, you know, but even though I got far less people in my life than I used to, I still probably have more people, more dudes that I'm tight with than many guys out there. So, you know, I think about that. I think about them. I think about like the situation that we are in collectively. And so, yeah, it's like sometimes there's not a lot of fun jokes and games to be had, you know? And does that mean it's gonna suck forever? No. Does that mean the good times are never coming back? I doubt it. All we gotta do is live long enough to see the upside again. You know, but obviously sometimes that can be easier said than done. And so now with this third go round, right? It was like, yeah, I mean, I played Third Strike, but I wasn't in there from the beginning, right? But I was at the beginning of 4, 5, and now 6, right? So it's like, it's my third go round. You know, what have I learned from the last two, right? What sort of mistakes am I trying to not make this time around? And, you know, one of them is definitely to not get distracted by the shit that doesn't matter, because ultimately in this new world, many people out there, I think, spend a lot more time, you know, at home by themselves than they used to. But nobody's coming to save us as men, especially American men in the Western world. Nobody is coming to save us. And I think most people are, you know, essentially gonna get caught off guard by how rapid our world is going to, I mean, it has been changing, right? I mean, 3 years of the scamdemic, it seems like a long time when you're in it, in the struggle every day. But when you look at the big picture in the grand scheme of things, 3 years to change everything about the way that humans live is pretty fast. It's really impressive. Despite the evil, it's still pretty impressive. Oh, well, yeah. You see, Sam, this is why you come in here and you were like, hey, bro, I read your book. Oh, and I remember when you would run ads for your last book. Because you, sir, clearly are doing all right for yourself. Clearly. Because you read... You can make observations about the world that are accurate to your worldview. But I'll tell you, bro, not everybody is so fortunate, especially most people that live in big cities, you know. But it's nice. It's nice to not have to deal with a lot of the bullshit that many men have to deal with. Do I have to? Where? Okay, show it to me. Show it to me.
Care to hear how this ends? In ruin.
Yeah. I mean,
Care to hear how this ends? In ruin.
even though life is different now in a post-pandemic world, to me, they fucked up so bad because there's only more people waking up every day, and I'm still grateful in a way for the pandemic because it woke me up. And even though the world is an impossibly dark place sometimes, I still prefer to live in reality. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Yeah, I'm sure it is a lot of online hate, but and a lot of that doesn't translate into the offline world. It certainly doesn't translate into most, day-to-day interactions. But that's not really the type of hate that I'm talking about. I'm just kind of talking more about like, the kind of like imbalance in choices and expectations between men and women. And it's not like poor me, blah blah blah. Of course, grass is always greener on the other side. But I think it's, at least in my experience out here outside of Utah, what we have going on here between men and women is like completely unsustainable and is obviously going to be bad for everybody as time goes on. Yeah, I'm still in it, bro. That's why I can upload every day. Because like I don't have all of the things that I used to have to do. I mean, really, I didn't have to do any of it. Ultimately, we all have a choice. But I was choosing to try to do all these things you know, everything from like, oh, like, I don't know, I always have like calls and meetings with people and like, you know, gotta meet with this person, send that proposal and do all this stuff. And it's like, man, all that shit, what was it like? What was it worth? What was it good for? Literally nothing. You know, because yeah, I don't know. I never felt like all the money, and not even like it was all that much money, but I never felt like the money that we would make through doing, you know, trying to like pitch projects and sponsorships and stuff like that. I never felt like it was more than, you know, what we could make ourselves just doing what we were going to do anyways. And it's like, man, if we had just never done that, so much of that stuff, if I wouldn't get distracted by things, it would be, I don't know, it would be a little different. It'd be a different story. Probably be in a different position. But, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes, right? Because it's like the ancient Chinese proverb, the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago, but the second best time is now. There we go. I finally figured it out. I was just doing it too late. Yeah, exactly. Like everybody had time to reflect. No matter what happened and how it went, everybody had time to reflect. It's just some people some people had the, I don't know what you would call it. They were able to recognize it for the opportunity that it was, you know, because everybody kind of, obviously everybody has their own shit, their own baggage and whatever. But it was a good opportunity for everybody to take a breath, sit back, and take stock and evaluate. You know, some people did, some people didn't. But I'm glad that it's unfortunate it took a pandemic for me to realize that so much of it was just like so not necessary and not worth it. But I'm glad I figured it out when I did, so that I can, I don't know, just move forward and be in a better place while not living with some sort of false sense of reality. And now our patience has been rewarded, you guys, because Street Fighter 6 is amazing. Okay, I need to work on just this part now. Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to be optimistic when you're not. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We ran out of space again. I think it's easy to be optimistic when you're not stuck. When you're not just like bombarded with the bullshit. Okay. Well, we can delete that and that and that. All right. We're going in hard. All right, gonna clear the space. Oh. Wait. Oh God, how long? Okay, what time is it? What time is it? Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's look at this. Let's. Oh man. Okay, let's see. So that's number 11. Let's see. How far up does it go? Oh, okay. Okay, so this was the hardest intermediate one, and then there's 5 more. Oh my God. Okay. All right, guys. Let's do this. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna get some water. Stretch out a little bit. If you guys have been here for a little while, you guys also should do the same. Especially if you have had the good fortune of following along with learning JP tonight. So let's do this. We're gonna take a break, take like a 3 or 4 minute break. I'm gonna run some ads, gonna get some water, and then when we come back, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to nail this. And then yeah, we'll see where it goes. All right, guys, sit tight. BRB. All right. All right. Oh. All right. We're back. Who's still with me? And how many ads did you see, if any? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, Sam went to bed. All right, bro. All right, bro. Yeah, Matt. You and me both, bro. You know, I think it was... I mean, that's really what an abusive relationship looks like. You know? Like, what was that show? Oh, man, I can't even remember the show. Oh. Kimmy? The real... It was like the show about the... It was like this show that came on after 30 Rock. I mean, this is a long time ago, right? This was like, you know, back in the, you know, sort of time before everything was digital. But there was this show about this like quirky girl named Kimmy or something that was... It was a show about how she was in a cult for years. And they lived underground, and then one day she escaped into the real world, and that's why she was all like happy all the time, even though she lived in New York. It's like that. That was us. We were the ones that were stuck underground living in a cult all this time. And now we're out here breathing that fresh Battle Hub air. I'm impressed, surprised, and grateful every day that the game is actually legit really fun. I didn't know that it actually could. I didn't know it could be this good. And I find I don't feel anywhere near as salty as I used to when I lose, because I don't know. I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a lot of things that sort of add up to that, you know, that salty feeling, you know. Because it's just different, and I know that the way that the game is itself is part of it, but there's also, I mean, there's other factors, because it's not just about how good Street Fighter 6 is. It's also sort of a reflection of like how terrible so much of, like, how awful so much of Street Fighter 5 and 4 for that matter would make you feel. Cause like when I lose in this game, I'm like okay, like good shit. And when I get hit by DI, I'm always like, you got me. Cause it was like I'm looking for it all the time, and then I stopped for a split second, and that's where I got hit. You know, and it's like, okay, that doesn't make me have, that doesn't trigger the rage. I don't know. It's just different now. And I also think, you know, playing on a proper setup I also think has a lot to do with it. So it's a little bit of everything. I mean, you can't even remember, bro. Just we thought for a long time that everybody on Twitter and Reddit were real people. So, you know, you can't even assume that everybody playing Street Fighter 6 on the internet is a real person. So, wait, what? Okay, show it to me. What? How does that work? Okay, okay. I see it. It's not that hard. Whoa. Whoops. Ah, that's pretty nice. Oh, you got a nice little situation right there. Oh, wait. I waited too long. And the other thing is, too, I think because... I mean, I haven't even, you know, really taken my setup to the highest levels yet. But living under the thumb of big console and not knowing how detrimental it was, you know, to put myself through that mentally for so long. Oh, I see. Yeah, like putting myself through that for so long. You know, a combination of playing on PS4, shitty internet, and low refresh monitors, you know, it just leads to a bad time. And now it doesn't feel, it doesn't feel like that anymore. And I think about, it was like Evo last year. Arturo was over here at my place, and you know, like we were talking about the monitor, because like I got this monitor based on his recommendation, right? And I remember one time he told me during that weekend, he was like, yeah, I just thought I was done. He thought, he basically thought he was an old man and should pack it up. And that's why he was losing. Turned out all I had to do was optimize his setup. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, it was an optimization thing the entire time. It wasn't that... It wasn't that, you know, he was too old or anything like that. What? How does that work? How do you even have enough time? Wait, what? Oh, okay. You actually just have that much time because of the spin. You know, I thought about the proximity normals when I first set up the hitbox viewer, because watch here, I'll show you guys. With the hitbox viewer, you see all of these boxes, right? So we can turn off all of them except for the proximity boxes, right? And so I thought that I was going crazy because I couldn't really, because the proximity boxes aren't there. So there's like no proximity blocking. And I was like, okay, is it me? And am I just dumb, or is it just not work the way that I expect it to work? So I'm happy to hear that they just took them out and it's not my imagination. I mean, do I think they should have them? I don't know. I think the game is good the way it is. So I don't know. And I'm also not proximity boxes were proximity blocking was not something that I had ever spent a lot of time thinking about one way or the other. So it's not something that like I had was like critical to my game or anything, because I just never thought about it too much. Commentary events? Yeah, the ones that the ones that we're gonna do ourselves. I mean, as far as I can tell, we're about to experience an economic resurgence. We're about to enter into a dawn of a new age of making money playing Street Fighter, because it's about to get pretty lucrative because of how good the netcode is, the Battle Hub experience is. You know, the viewership is going to keep growing, and I think I can see it getting to the point where it's going to kind of be like online poker before Obama shut it down. That's the way I see it going, except I don't see how they're going to be able to shut any of this down, even though I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people that would like that. You know, but when you remove the requirement of travel costs and all that, and you know, online is essentially the standard, you know, you're gonna have a lot more people be able to make a decent amount of money just from playing in online tournaments. I mean, that's crazy. I legit never thought, I didn't think I would live long enough to see the day where that was actually a thing, viable. You know, it's still going to take a while, but that's why You know, I would rather spend the time now to learn the game and, you know, work out like all of the content, not hurdles, but like the content processes and all that stuff. Because, you know, it's still really early and it's going to get, you know, it's going to get bigger and bigger. It's going to have to get bigger before it gets any smaller, that's for sure. And, you know, I also think that it's kind of like, I kind of get like Street Fighter 4 vibes, not from the game itself, but from the energy around it. And, you know, in 2008, 2009, for most people, that was, you know, a lot of people were, you know, going through the financial crisis of the time. But for us, Street Fighter players, it was still a good time. So I kind of feel like we're on opposite cycle to most other people, most other groups. So I can definitely foresee a world where everything is looking, you know, pretty dark and grim for a lot of people, except for us. How did that not hit? Ah. Wow, that hits really late. Damn. Okay, it looks pretty satisfying, and it does look pretty doable. Oh wait, I have to be way up next to them. Whoop. I think I jumped too early. Still might be too early. Look how far that goes. Oh, medium kick. Ah, that's probably that could have something to do with it. Right. It's 2 medium kicks. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just waiting. Not waiting long enough. Oh, we're so close, you guys. Okay. Oh, almost got it. I don't know, bro. You tell me. You tell me. I don't know. Everybody, how do I put it? I mean, people know where to find me. People know how to get a hold of me. But, you know, it's different now. You know, it's a two-way street also. You know, it's not like I'm not going out of my way to, like, I don't know, do anything aside from what I've already been doing. You know. And so I don't know. I can only speak for myself. You know. I don't know. I do think it's a good time to be getting into podcasts and and online tournaments. So, and actually just playing the game, just playing it like what we're doing now. So, you know, I mean, people got different priorities, and you know, people got their own lives and whatnot. And you know, some people don't want to risk it, right? I mean, I like to think that I've never done any I never did anything to like make somebody upset that was somebody that I don't know, like somebody I worked with, or was anything like that. Oh, take that one as a sign, right? As soon as I said it, and it was like bling. I never did nothing to nobody. I mean, nobody that I knew or whatever. To my knowledge, most people, I mean, the people that I actually know, never had any sort of personal issue with me. Oh man, that one is so satisfying. I think you have to wait longer because look how far the medium kick extends. So it's kind of like you have to. You kind of have to wait for them to fall a little bit, and then you're kind of hitting them on the way up. If you do it too soon, then the stand fierce doesn't reach. Oh, whoops. See, like, at first when I was doing it, I thought I had to do that. I thought I had to jump sooner. But you can actually kind of jump pretty late, because if you don't jump late, the stand fierce won't work. I mean, what's there to be included on? Like, what did I miss something? I feel like, oh shit, was there like that one day where I was like calling and texting everybody and nobody picked up? Were they all hanging out together without me? Oh, whoa, what? You hear that? You guys hear the sound that it makes? That's funny. And then you do the spike into super. Oh, there it is. You know, what you have to understand, and sometimes it can be easy to forget, but every time you forget this one important lesson, you get reminded, you get smacked in the face by the reminder. And that's this one very simple fact that everybody in the FGC unless or until proven otherwise, should not be considered a friend or the homie or anything like that. It's more accurate to think of them as colleagues, like at work, you know, like coworkers, colleagues, professionals that work together. A long time ago, I mean, you guys wouldn't even know who he was, but basically, like, you know, I had somebody tell me that long time ago, and I was like, damn, that makes so much sense. It's not like you can't be friends with people. You just can't assume that you're friends with everybody, because you're not. You know, in the same way that, you know, when you go, you know, at your job, you know, certainly you have friends at work, but they're not all friends. They're just, most of them are just coworkers. You know, but it's easy, especially if you're new or you're young, it's easy to like conflate the two, your friends versus your coworkers, because you're new or you're young and you don't know any better. And also, the other thing is that we have this sort of assumption or association in our minds that because we're just sitting around playing video games with our boys, that we're friends. You know, or you don't think, you know, you don't associate it as the same type of relationship that you should have with your coworkers, which is, you know, professional, polite, courteous, but, you know, you don't, like, it ain't gonna keep you up at night if you disagree on things that don't have anything to do with your respective jobs. And again, that's not to say that you can't have friends in FGC. I mean, of course, you know. And it doesn't even mean like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be friends with people. It's not like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you gotta treat everybody like a coworker by default. Because, you know, some of your coworkers you'll end up being friends with. And some of your coworkers are trying to get you fired so that they can take your job. Right? We all know, we've all come across, you know, some of those people in life, you know? And typically they're in the workplace. Okay, now I gotta see it. Whoa! 2 DIs? Huh. I'm actually not even at this point. I'm gonna have to go back and rewind to see what the JP BNBs actually are, because I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you don't have haters, you're just not having a big enough impact on the world. You know, everybody has haters that are, you know, doing something. Oh, it was so close. Oh, this one was like so much easier than that. What was it? An intermediate 11? That one was tough. Oh, he didn't bounce back. Why would they not put... Okay. Riddle me this, Batman. Why would YouTube not put commercials on live streams? And also, where are you from and what kind of device are you using? Because I don't think everybody gets commercials, and I also think that it depends on where you are and what you're watching and what device you're on. I mean, on one hand, it's like, you know, fucking Google's got, you know, Google has taken the most important piece of their culture, the don't be evil part, and just quietly removed it. You know? What's that about? Right? So, on one hand, fuck Google, fuck Facebook, fuck Twitch, fuck Amazon, fuck all of these big tech platforms that are fucking trying to spy on us. Not trying, they spy on us, they fucking sell our data. All this shit. But on the other hand, you know, I'm kind of able to make a living because of all, you know, because of that. So it's like, you know, it's like give and take, right? On one hand, fuck Twitch and all those and all the people that ruined what was once, you know, like a really cool thing. But even though they're part of the evil empire, what am I going to do? Not put my books on it? Not sell my books on Amazon? You know? I mean, it's like, it's kind of a moral conundrum. But, you know, the way that I look at it is like, these companies are so huge, you know, there's not even really... There's nowhere to run. What can you do? You know, and that's not to say not to have principles, right? Like, for example, Bud Light, Target piss you off? For sure. Feel free to boycott and not give them any of your money. You know, there's plenty of retailers and makers of light beer out there. It's one thing when you can choose to just substitute a product with something else. But it's another when it's one of your income sources. Oh, I waited too long. Well, thank you, Cartier. I'm nothing if not interesting. but only to certain types of people, you know. Like you guys, most people, you know, you know, I know I'm glad that I wish I would have figured it out sooner that I'm like kind of polarizing and not for everybody. But it's okay because at least I know now. But for the people who get it, you know, they get it. And that's, you know, I think it's better. Less is more. Damn. I pressed it too early. Oh. Well, that was the first time that happened. Oh, I think I'm doing the first DI too early. Whoops. Yeah, I mean... Oh, well, that's good, bro. You know what that means? It's progress. I would also take that to mean that you, Cartier, AE, you need to take a look at YouTube ads in New Zealand. What could you, Cartier, be selling through YouTube ads? Because you were today years old when you saw your first YouTube ad on a live stream in New Zealand. And so you have to ask yourself, well, is that because live streaming is dying? That's why I don't see any ads? Or is it the opposite? Is it the opposite? That today, xQc became the most highly paid streamer ever. So the fact that you only saw ads for the first time on YouTube today in New Zealand sounds to me like tremendous opportunity. Because, you know, clearly they're not, it's not a super saturated market in New Zealand. Oh man, this one's hard. Oh man. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to cancel it like that. Well, Gabriel, I'll make you a deal, bro. I'll make you a deal. You or a handful of other people watching, you guys put in collectively $25 and I won't run any more ads tonight. Oh, I didn't believe. You don't know who that is? Well, you're gonna know. And you'll remember who told you about it first. XDC became the highest paid person to ever live stream ever, signing a deal today that's estimated worth between $70 and $100 million. 2-year deal. Yes, exactly. LeBron James is looking at his agent being like, the fuck, bro? And he's not the only one. You know, I mean, imagine all of Hollyweird and, you know, legacy media. Imagine how they're feeling. Why can I not hit the stupid second one afterwards? What a weird angle. Yeah, bro. If you didn't hear about it today, let's see. Okay, so it's Friday now. If you didn't hear about it today, trust me, you're gonna have people that like the normies in your life are gonna, like, you know, they'll mention it to you sometime in the next week or so. I mean, it's not just that people prioritize money more than their well-being. You know, it's because it's not, in my opinion, based on watching Devin Nash's analysis video today that came out shortly after the news came out. If you guys are interested, you should go watch his video. Just look up Devin Nash on YouTube. I mean, I was on a show a couple of years ago, and the guy definitely knows his shit when it comes to, you know, like marketing and influencer deals and the Twitch landscape and everything, you know. And so even though xQc is a big component of it, this is more about Kick making a real play as a real competitor to Twitch, because and I like that a lot. Because they could smell blood in the water, and they really made a move at the best time possible, seems like. I did it too early. I don't know. I was gonna get all that stuff started today. That's why I started a little bit late. I got busy with another part of getting all this stuff working. But we made progress, so that's all that matters. Oh, not gonna lie, this half circle back motion is fucking me up. Oh. Mm. No, that's where all the internet gamblers went, because apparently, according to Twitch, it was not gambling that they had a problem with. It was that it was, you know, illegal internet, magic internet, crypto money gambling that they had a problem with. You know, it wasn't a moral issue. Because I believe Kick is... Yeah, Kick is... They're connected to Strike, which I believe is a crypto casino based on the internet. And, you know, obviously anything that threatens the establishment, anything that threatens the incumbents, obviously needs to be demonized and slowed down and stopped as much as possible. It just, you know, so happens to be internet gambling this time instead of crypto, or you know, it's internet gambling and crypto. You know, obviously that's, you know, way too big of a threat, because, you know, obviously there's a lot of powerful and old people that, you know, are going to do everything that they possibly can to maintain power and control. Even though, you know, for a lot of us out here, seems pretty inevitable to me. God damn it. Okay, I think... Oh my... Yeah, exactly. You know, Twitch has been slowly but surely, and then very quickly, you know, just squandering all of the goodwill that they once had. You know, by doing things like, you know, the dumpster fire that they brought on themselves last week. You know, with trying to restrict, you know, the type of ads, or not the type of ads, but restrict ads from being shown on streamers, you know, streams that they themselves, Twitch, had, you know, didn't have anything to do with. You know, if this isn't desperation, if this isn't what desperation looks like, I don't know what is. So they continue, you know, it's been sort of incident after incident of them, you know, doing stuff like this. You know, I'm not even going to say that first it was them cutting the sub split from 70-30 to 50-50, because that wasn't what was first. I don't even know what I would consider, you know, the first thing. Yeah, I don't even know what I would consider. But so yeah, that has left a lot of people you know, with an axe to grind. You know, myself included. You know, I'll remember, I will never forget all the way that these people conducted themselves. So, you know, I don't know the kick people. I don't know the strike people. But what I do know is that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know, and these are the types of things I feel like we as men, you know, need to like remain vigilant about. Which is that, you know, revenge takes many forms, lots of shapes and sizes, and could take a long time. But here we are, you know. Oh my god, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to move this thing. Oh. Okay, no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. All right, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that's some irony in it. You mean, Maki, I think you mean, how the hell is Joe Rogan going to sit back, be outdone by a guy, you know. I honestly, like, I don't even know that guy, and it's not about him. I'm stoked. Hey, xQc, congrats, bro. You earned it. 100%. That guy earned it. And it's good for everybody. Rising tide raises all ships. Unless your boat already had tons of holes and you were, you know, trying to preserve the lifeboats. You know, then it might be more concerning. But for the rest of us, it's definitely it's a good thing for everybody. And I'll tell you what, it worked. What Kick did today, it worked because I was like lagging on it. I was kind of on the fence. I mean, I guess I wasn't on the fence. I was on the fence before, but up until today, I was just lagging on it. Once I saw the announcement, I was like, okay, well, that seals that. Like, okay, I'm in. And it's not that it's not that I'm such a big deal. It's that there was probably a shit ton of people that had that same thought today. And maybe it'll even kick YouTube into high gear. Maybe they'll get their shit together. And then, you know, there'll be like 3 major players in the market instead of 1.5. I needed to wait. And then I waited too long. I don't know. Cry me a river, bro. Streamers went behind Twitch's back when they saw the bounty board. I mean, you know, maybe. So what? Cry me a fucking river. You what? You want me to feel bad for Big Daddy Bezos? I mean, honestly, it's like, it's not even about him anymore. It's just these fucking morons over there. You know, think about it. Name one social media platform that doesn't have a self-serve ad platform. You know, like, why does Twitch feel the need to take money out of the hands of content creators as opposed to leveraging their strengths as an Amazon subsidiary and making a shit ton of money? Do you think Amazon has, you know, a bunch of different businesses that they acquired for just under $1 billion that aren't making money? What the fuck is that about? How does that work? How the fuck do you manage to get acquired by Amazon in Amazon's Prime and not make money? How the fuck is that even possible? And I'm sure there's millions of reasons, literally millions of reasons of why that is the way it is. But I'll tell you, one big reason is because Twitch to this day does not have a self-serve ad platform. So you can't just spend $5 to advertise on Twitch in the same way that you can spend $5 and advertise on YouTube, Google, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, Snapchat, TikTok, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. You know, I'm just sorry. It's 2023. Self-serve ad platforms are not, you know, crazy forward-thinking technology. And there's way more people that would spend $5 to advertise. There's way more people with a $5 advertising budget than a $500,000 advertising budget. You know, there's only a handful of people that have big six-figure marketing budgets to just throw around on, you know, what's essentially an unproven format. There's not a lot of people that are in that position. And at this point, 10 years into the game, I'm sure Twitch knows all of them. So if they've gone this far and have essentially resorted to enslaving streamers further by making them even more dependent on their, you know, their barely holding together system, I don't know. Cry me a river. See you on YouTube and see you on Kick. Well, there you go. There you go. See? Yep. Yes. I think I saw that episode of the WAN show also. And I mean, on one hand, he's not wrong. You know, streaming is very expensive at scale. But again, this is not the early 2000s anymore. You know, in a pre-Facebook era, MySpace struggled from the scaling issues because it wasn't even just about the money. It was that the technology hadn't been fully developed to be able to handle such large databases to accommodate so many people at the same time back then. so then Tom got his money and got the fuck out of there, and Facebook has been fucking it up ever since, right? So I get that there are indeed significant costs, when it comes to live streaming, but also because Twitch really did pave the way, literally were pioneers in doing all that stuff at scale. So much of the shit has been figured out, and it's nowhere near as expensive as it used to be. And I don't know. I also haven't seen a big effort from people, from content creators as a whole, where they're trying to like host their own stuff and just, not even worry about like how much or how little Twitch decides their subscriptions are worth. I mean, I don't think it's rocket science. I mean, of course, maybe that's only an option for the biggest streamers, but I mean, they're the ones with the most money. And from a small streamer perspective, you could do it for free. So seeing as how, because look, if you don't have anybody watching you, it doesn't cost any money, right? But I do think that, as we go further down the road to decentralization, people are going to figure it out. And, they're going to start, there is going to be a certain number of people that break off from this whole like centralized big tech / deep state government controlled platforms. People, I don't know. If it does get bigger, it's still going to be years before it starts to grow and get big again and whatever. Because to me, it's only getting easier to run all this stuff yourself, and it's only becoming more and more dangerous to be too reliant on the system. But, obviously I have a different, perspective on all this stuff, because to me, it's not that hard. See, I hit it and then nothing happened, and then it was too late. All right, Cartier, enjoy your ads, your newfound ads in New Zealand and down under, mate. See, again, it was like I thought the animation was done and it wasn't. Oh yeah, yep. Those that is why. I mean, it was, this xQc thing, I mean, that was just today. But the Twitch blow up last week, when they tried to, eliminate direct, pre-recorded ads and essentially trying to monopolize the relationship that brands have with the streamers, that was quite the blow up. Dude, AI streamers? Oh, bro, come on. Have you guys ever seen that? I don't know if it's one episode of Rick and Morty, but there's definitely an episode of Rick and Morty where they go to this world that's got an infinite number of channels, and there's literally anything that you can think of, there's a channel for that. And so Rick and Morty go on, a bunch of crazy Rick and Morty adventures, and the absurdity of what's on their TV, because there's a channel for everything. It permeates throughout the episode. So do I think they're gonna, will that be popular? Well, I'll tell you what, it beats having to deal with real humans and the meat suits when it comes to having, essentially slaves on a plantation. What would you choose? I would rather have 10 AI streamers that make 25% as much money. Yeah, that make 25% the money of one real human meatbag streamer. I would take that all day. I think I need to hold back instead of walking forward. I mean, me and Mike used to joke that, like, we would just stop doing the show someday, and that we would have, the show would be animated, and I don't know if we knew it was going to be AI, but now it's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, we were not that far off at all. Aside from, we were not that far off in concept, just the timing, as usual around here. Actually, just today, I bought the chatGPT bundle on Humble Bundle, which was, I don't know if you guys saw the video I made a couple weeks ago when the game came out. But I mentioned it in that video that Humble Bundle has this ChatGPT bundle, and so today I bit the bullet and paid the $25, and now I got, there was I don't know, seems like there's a ton of value in this bundle. This might be the most powerful Humble Bundle ever. Oh, I thought that was the one. I think I did it too soon. Ah, that time was perfect. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is, I don't know if I think it's the best, but it's certainly up there. And it would be fucked up without it. but it's definitely up there. You know, as long as you're not trying to look for stuff that really matters. But that's okay, you know, because for the vast majority of things, it is the best. And that's why we got to buy these. That's why we got to buy these New Zealand stream ads while they're still cheap. I mean, they'll probably, it's going to be everything, bro. All shapes and all sizes. Ugh. You know, and ultimately, it's just another way. It's just another fucking psyop. You know, it's a trap because it's just going to sort of further the divide between kind of further the divide between men and women, and like you know, push expectations and reality even further apart than they already are. I mean, I don't know, maybe am I the only one that sees, you know, like video, whether they're YouTube videos or TikToks or whatever, and then, you know, you see these girls talking about, like, you know, what kind of man they deserve, and, you know, how they're a 10, and how, you know, their man has got to make, like, their man has got to be like over 6 feet tall and make like 6 figures, and, you know, run his own business, and, you know, not already have kids even though she has kids. Am I the only one that sees these? Okay, all right. I have to figure out what... Is that what it is? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, see? Even JP knows. Too many choices. True. I think it got me. I think I've been defeated. I can't do the fucking combo anymore. Oh. Not good. Not good, you guys. This is not good. Fuck me. I think I fucked it up. Oh. All right. Oh, man. All right. It's late. It's late. I don't think I can do this stupid super any more times without incurring some serious long-term hand injuries. I can't believe he hits that. How is that even possible? How does he get it to hit so hard? Oh my god. Okay. All right. All right. Last call. This is last call. I can't fucking do it. Oh. Okay. Well, the good news is that this combo is still going to be hard tomorrow. Oh man. Okay. I don't want to run the risk of actually doing some permanent damage because I must say that it's a slightly different pain than I've felt before in my hand. Oh, you know what we need? Oh, we need standing desk, standing stream. Ah. Oh. All right. Oh, I forgot it's Friday too. Oh man. Okay. All right, guys. It was fun. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you followed along and you got something out of it. I got a newfound appreciation for the old man. Thank you, Wise Wind. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was fun. And we're gonna run it back probably tomorrow. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Hit the like button and subscribe and hit the bell notifications. That's the only time I've said that today, so if you made it this far, you might as well. So thanks for watching and hanging out, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow